Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. We welcome all the guests that are here this evening. Fall is in the air. I can feel it. It's my pleasure to call to order the regular meeting of the Tarrant County College District Board of Trustees. And before we go on, there are no public comments to my belief. Okay. So be it. Okay. Moving on, I just wanted to share with staff and everybody who was involved to getting us to this point. The volume of material that we have is very comprehensive, thorough, very detailed, and we know that it has taken you very many months to come to this point. So thank you for articulating your message as well. All the charts are beautiful. The narratives are succinct and clear, and we really just appreciate it. So as we move through the evening, please know how much we appreciate the hard work that you've invested in this, not only this agenda packet, but every month. You're welcome. Okay, let's see. We're going on to board action items number 3. First on the agenda is the election of the board president. Board president, just so you know, through the nominations does not need a second. So at this point, I will open the floor for nominations for board president.
To nominate Christian Vandergriff to continue her distinguished service as President of the Board of Trustees.
Thank you. Any other nominations?
Madam President, I'd like to recommend.
Your mic on, please.
I'm sorry. I'd like to recommend Mr. Greenhill for President.
Okay. Any other nominations? Okay, we have 2 nominations. I'll call for the first nomination and just vote for who you prefer to sit in this chair. I will call Bill Greenhill. All those in favor of Bill Greenhill serving as board president, please raise your hand. That would be 4. And so therefore, Mr. Greenhill, we congratulate you to sit in the chairman's position, and I know you do a great job. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Kristen, and thank you, board members, for your confidence in me. I'm excited to about the opportunity to serve as chair of this board with such an excellent group. I'm looking at the Celt. I'm Jeff Luschel, everybody. This is a wonderful group of people and a wonderful school. As I said before, what my main goal is to be with Irma and the rest of you spreading the good news about this school. I've heard Irma say many times that there are not enough people who know who we are. And that's my passion, is to go out there and spread the good news. But I appreciate your confidence in me. That being said, I hereby tender my resignation as secretary, and I will take a motion. I think we have to accept it. So I'll take a motion and a second to accept my resignation as secretary.
Ms. Greenhill, I so move.
Second? Second. It's been moved and seconded that you accept Bill Greenhill's resignation as secretary. Will all in favor say aye? Aye. Any opposed? None. So I'm resigned. And we will have a election next month at the next meeting for secretary.
Oh, you can do it now, when you're up.
I think
Your agenda is for it.
Oh, the agenda's for it? Oh, okay, sure. I didn't know there was an agenda item for it. So let's have nominations for secretary.
I wonder if Mr. Appleman would be inclined to accept that.
Thank you.
I myself prefer Ms. Appleman.
I moving you up from assistant secretary to secretary.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that OK Carter be elected as secretary. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None.
Is that a pregnant pause?
Yeah, it was a pregnant pause. It was kind of a, it sounded like
He
one.
has to resign as assistant.
We'll have a button pressing class after this so you can get quicker. You can get faster.
The chancellor's told me that you now need to tender your resignation as assistant secretary.
I hereby tender my resignation as assistant secretary.
Do I hear a motion that we accept the tender of Mr. OK Carter?
So moved.
No, second? Is there a second on that?
Second.
Okay, first, there's been a motion and a second that we accept the resignation of OK Carter as assistant secretary. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? None. Now, we're going to elect an assistant secretary. So Maria can follow you around. That's what you do.
Are we waiting for a nomination?
We're waiting for a nomination.
Turn your mic off if you're going to say
Oh,
something.
yes. I would nominate Joe. No? No. Louise Appleman is Assistant Secretary.
Okay. There's been a motion made. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There's been a motion made and seconded that we elect Louise Appleman as Assistant Secretary of this board. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None? Well, Louise, congratulations. Now we've got a new slate of officers. Well, next we go into the consent agenda. Is there anyone that would like to take anything off of the consent agenda? I don't want to take anything off, but there's a typo that Louise may have seen. It's on the approval of minutes. It goes from 13 to 15. It should go from 13 to 14, but I don't think that's just a typo. I don't think we need to take that off the agenda. Just make the correction. Is there anything we should be taking off the consent agenda?
Excuse me, did you get that, Joe? Okay, thank you.
It's just typo. Since I hear no motions to take things off the consent agenda, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the items on the consent agenda. So, second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the consent agenda. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you very much. Committee reports. I'm number one, it looks like. The Finance Committee, Louise, OK, and I, and the Chancellor, and Annette Carter, and Annette McCurdy met on June the 21st to discuss the internal audit's progress in her audit plan. We discussed several items. She reported on 4 items contained in the internal audit plan: the audit of the travel expenses and reimbursements, analysis of the district code of conduct and ethics policies, and feasibility study of an anonymous reporting line, and certain and the grants. Basically, Annette reported that that her audit for travel expenses and reimbursement of travel and other business expenses didn't show any adverse things going on. It was all done in a satisfactory manner. The protocol is that in July she sent a report to the staff, and the protocol is the staff has until August the 25th to respond to that, and then after the report is complete, it will be sent to us. There was also an analysis of the Code of Ethics and Policies. Annette found that these were satisfactory, except that there's no formal education in regard to these matters or an acknowledgement that this education has been completed, except for FERPA, which means Family Education Rights and Privacy Act and the Substance Abuse Training. She has sent some recommendations to Rodney Chapman, our Director of Process Improvement, to see if some of these suggestions that she has about formal education and acknowledgement be put into our policies. There's a best practice group called the National Association of College and University Business Offices that has suggested that this best practice be adopted by institutions of higher learning. Anonymous reporting line, this is another best practice that this group has suggested. There's a thing called the Sarbanes-Oxley Act, which is called SOX, and this is a required practice by all certain corporations, public corporations, but not by others. But this group called Kubo has suggested that we adopt this as a policy as well. So we may consider this in the future. Grants. The grant process has been reviewed before, and this also this lends itself to the Six Sigma process, and so Rodney will be looking at that as well with the other matter we discussed. We then recommended that we adopt certain changes to the audit plan. As I read it, I didn't get a chance to talk to Angela. She may be on vacation. I think in order to make changes to the internal audit plan, we need to vote on it next time. But we've recommended them in this report. We recommend to take construction and payroll audit out of the internal audit plan. Construction, because the construction projects that we have now are already being audited by other auditors, and for our three projects that are currently going on. Annette, however, wanted me to emphasize that doesn't mean construction altogether would be eliminated, but that if there are projects such as purchasing that she does audit, construction would necessarily be a part of that. Ordinarily, what happens is that construction projects we engage external auditors to make sure that things are going well with those projects. Eliminating the payroll from the audit is advisable because this is duplicative of things that our external auditors Weaver and Tidwell do. The committee is also going to recommends that the board make some additions to the audit plan. In regard to vocational areas, the committee is recommending that the internal audit plan be changed to add examination of the current two areas of district, two areas in which we are going to be spending a great deal of money, the aviation program and in the HEART, which is the heating, air conditioning, and refrigeration technology program on the South Campus. The point here is that we want to make sure that what we are doing now in these areas is appropriate before we start expanding these programs. The committee also recommended that the internal audit plan be changed to add examination of compliance with program purchasing and policies and procedures. In regard to office supplies, the committee is recommending that the internal audit plan be changed to instruct internal audit to determine whether the current methodology is the most appropriate way to handle this expense. Ms. McCurdy also advised us that she is saying that she's going to have a great deal of work to do, so she has recommended the hiring of an additional internal auditor position, and that position is in our current budget. This request is for a person with 3 to 5 years' experience in this field. Does anybody else on the committee have anything to add?
If you choose to, you can make those changes. Your agenda has to do that if you want.
Can we make those changes? Oh, okay. The Chancellor has advised me that this is an agenda item and that we can make the changes to the internal audit plan that I've discussed. Is there any discussion about these changes to the internal audit plan?
We're going to talk about that later at the time that it's listed on the agenda.
It comes up next. After this, there is the governance committee report, and then you can vote on it.
Oh, okay. Okay, we'll do that.
He's calling the governance committee.
Okay, Governance Committee.
Mr. Chair, there are no reports today,
Okay.
but there will be probably next
Okay.
week or next month.
All right.
Now you can take a vote on the audit committees.
Now we're going to take action on the committee reports. I understand that. Yeah, and item number 7. Do I have any discussion regarding changes to the audit report? Do I hear a motion? Hearing no discussion, do I hear a motion whether or not to adopt the changes that the audit committee has suggested?
So moved.
So moved. Second. I've heard a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. All opposed? None. Motion passes. Now we're going to agenda item number 8, report on changes in the Public Investment Funds Act. Irma Hadley and Jeff Luschel.
Thank you, Mr. President, and congratulations on your
Thank
new
you.
position with the college. We look forward to working with you. Nancy Chang and Mark McClendon have invited Jeff Luschel to come and brief the board on changes in the state law as it relates to public community colleges. Who's introducing him, Nancy, you or Mark? Come on up, Jeff. They're counting on me to introduce you.
Oh, I can introduce him. Everybody
knows him.
For many years.
That's right. He's a great fixture. Welcome back. We're glad to have you today.
Call Parkhurst and Hart.
May I approach the horseshoe for a second so we can flip names so that Mrs. Vander
Absolutely. Yes. Yes. Thank you, Jeff. Nobody had thought of that. We wouldn't want you to be confused and call one by the wrong name.
I understand that Mr. Luschel has just returned from a vacation in New Mexico just for us, traveling down.
Well, it's good to be here. Hopefully the microphone's picking me up. For the record, my name's Jeff Luschel. I'm with McCall, Parkhurst, and Horton, our bond counsel to the district. Also, for better or for worse, I have spent a lot of time dealing with the Public Funds Investment Act, and by way of background, 1995, Lieutenant Governor Bullock's office asked me to rewrite Texas law in light of some rather significant investment issues around the country, particularly the Orange County, California bankruptcy. And so every year, or after every legislative session, I've been asked to come and generally been able to come. The law does require that within 180 days of the end of a regular session, state agencies, which include institutions of higher education of which the district is one, must report on any changes in the Public Funds Investment Act to their governing body. And so my presentation, in conjunction with the items on the agenda, is intended to fulfill that legal requirement. There were 3 bills that passed in the last session that affect the Public Funds Investment Act. One I'll spend almost no time on. It authorized navigation districts to invest in negotiable certificates of deposit. We don't care about that. There was a bill that allowed certain independent school districts to invest money under their control in corporate bonds. I will talk about that briefly. But the main bill that passed was House Bill 2226, which was sort of a general cleanup bill to address certain issues in the Public Funds Investment Act. Some truly are cleanup. For instance, there was a provision that affected you that your investment officer must have training once every 2 years. Nobody really understood what 2 years meant because it didn't talk about fiscal year, didn't talk about calendar year. So now for this district, that 2-year period is the state biennium. So beginning September 1, that would be the period in which in 2 years your investment officers must obtain their legally required training under the Public Funds Investment Act. Some of the changes are in light of some difficulties, if you will, with the rating process. Not referring to what just happened to the federal government, but back in the day of 2008 when we had all the problems with AAA-rated collateralized debt obligations that proved to not be AAA-rated worthy. There's been provisions in the law that have been there for quite a while in Section 2256.017 that say if you have a rating requirement in order to make an eligible investment and that rating is no longer obtained, if it drops below the required rating, you have to take prudent steps in order to liquidate that investment. Doesn't mean you have to sell it immediately. Doesn't mean necessarily you have to sell it at all. But it does mean you have to begin the process. But there was really nothing in the law that said, all right, what is that process? How are you, do you have any responsibility to monitor ratings changes? That was added in this last session to require that each investing entity, the district being one of those, must have procedures in their investment policy that will monitor rating changes in investments that are acquired with public funds. Now, the item that follows this item, your new changes to your investment policy to conform to the changes in House Bill 2226, which is current law. It was effected immediately upon passage. In consultation with your financial advisor, RBC Capital Markets, they developed some monitoring procedures so that there be methodology provided in your policy to track rating changes and begin a process with the internal staff and in consultation with the Finance Committee to address what steps should be taken if necessary to liquidate. So that was another one of the changes that directly impacts this district, which I consider more substantive than some of the others that I'm about to address.
Jeff, is what you just described, do you have our strategic our strategy policy? Is it in the black line of the strategy policy?
If you look at what is on page 8 of the policy,
okay.
There's a new section, Roman 10, monitoring rating
changes.
Changes.
Monitoring rating changes. That's pretty obvious.
That was added in response to the change in the law. There was some clarification on what a fully guaranteed obligation in the United States is to add clarity that deposits insured by the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation or have explicit full faith and credit pledges of the United States government are obligations that are fully guaranteed. That came about primarily because of the increase in the FDIC limits of insurance up to $250,000. Products were developed that enabled investing entities to invest in FDIC-insured obligations, and there was some ambiguity in the law. That ambiguity is now gone as a result of this change that was made in the last in this recently completed session. There were some additional changes regarding certificates of deposit that would enable product that is known by the acronym CDERS, which is basically a brokered security methodology to invest in a pool of certificates of deposit that are issued by many banks. And the idea behind that program, which you have not engaged in, 5 banks with a $250,000 limit, you can invest $2.5 million in CDs and have the assurance that all the 5 CDs being fully insured, you won't have your principal at risk, as opposed to investing $1 million in one bank's CDs. You're at risk at $750,000 under current law because you can only get the assurance of the protection of the insurance up to the $250,000 limit. So this change was to give some more clarity as to how these brokered CD programs can function, and that's probably one of the last major substantive changes that was made that I will address. A couple of quick ones. Repurchase agreements. There was some ambiguity as to whether collateral for a repurchase agreement could include cash. The law seemed to indicate it could only include U.S. government obligations. Now you can have a combination of cash and government obligations to provide collateral for repurchase agreements. There were a few changes made to the law relating to investment pools, public funds investment pools like Tex Pool, and there are others out there. There's always been this concern that there's not clarity as to how yields are reported, what you have to do to report information about the investments made through a pool. And so several changes were made to reflect that. Yield must be calculated and stated. It must be calculated in accordance to the rules of the SEC. If you provide a written disclosure statement about your pool, which every pool does, and you have a website, you must post certain information from that disclosure statement. How you make investments, what the eligible investments are, how do you cash in your investments, how can I determine what yield is, how do I make withdrawals, additional investments, etc. All that is now required of an investment pool as a result of the changes to the law that were enacted last May. A couple other quick ones. There was a sort of an odd provision relating to investment pools that they must either be rated AAA or an equivalent or no lower than investment grade, which is sort of odd. So the no lower than investment grade standard has been taken out, so they must be rated either AAA or AAA-M or an equivalent, which is AAA long-term, AAA-M short-term. A couple of changes that will be made to the investment reports. The most significant is there was a provision that the investment report must be prepared in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. It's awfully hard to find generally accepted accounting principles to deal with quarterly reports, which the law also requires. That clearly was not only a misnomer in the law, but has basically been ignored by every political subdivision that has to prepare a report because it's impossible to comply with. Well, that's gone now. You'll state certain values as opposed to beginning and end of the quarterly period. You just report them as of the end of the reporting period. Again, a little effort to provide some clarity and some simplification. And basically, that is this summary of the major bill that affected the Public Funds Investment Act. I'll touch briefly on the independent school district bill because it does have some potential bearing on how the district may want to exercise authority that's also being added to the investment policy. By way of background, the law since 1995 has provided that institutions of higher education, which the district is an institution of higher education, could invest in certain mutual funds run by nonprofit organizations, the most well-known of which is the Common Fund, which invests both bond pools, equity pools, combinations of those, generally for senior and junior colleges throughout the United States. Negotiated certificates of deposit and corporate bonds. There's no restriction on what a corporate bond is in the language that applies to institutions of higher education. Some school districts thought, gee, this would be a great way to generate yield. Let us invest in corporate bonds. I mean, if community colleges can do it, why can't we? Was basically the argument was raised. And Senator Wendy Davis of Fort Worth asked me to help in trying to clarify what the meaning of this law should be, because corporate bonds has changed a whole lot since we wrote those words in 1995. Particularly, nobody knew of things like corporate bonds having equity conversion rights, corporate bonds being made up of pool securities, which was what created a lot of our problems today with collateralized debt obligations and the like. There really were no standards, and so the law, which was enacted that will be effective as of September 1, permits certain school districts, basically those with either average daily attendance of 50,000 or more, or which have the authorization to issue at least $100 million in bonds, whether issued, not issued, or combination of issued and not issued. That's basically 135 school districts around the state. They can invest in corporate bonds, but corporate bonds are much more restricted in the school district law than it is in the general law that applies to you and other institutions of higher education. They must be rated no lower than AA minus. They must be a senior secured debt obligation of the issuer. That's, as I discovered, a term of art which basically limits the types of issuers to the most highly creditworthy that you can think of in today's world. The Microsofts, the General Electrics, the Exxons, those types, and there are probably about 30 of those out there that meet this test. There's also provisions that say that if you're put on negative credit watch or you lose your AA minus rating, you have 7 days to liquidate. There's no prudent management requirement as is in the general law. It's much more specific. It says if this happens, if you drop below AA minus, you got 7 days to liquidate your investment. That was enacted, as I said, in sort of the last days of this session, and it becomes law September 1. Those are the changes that were made to the Public Funds Investment Act in this last legislative session. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions for Mr. Luschel? Thank you very much. That was excellent.
Thank you. I don't know if you want me to stay up here for the investment policy, Nancy, or
Yes, Jeff, I have a question for you. Is there any official action that we must take, or do our minutes stand for the fact that you were here to educate us?
The minutes, together with the report on the investment policy, will suffice for satisfying the statutory requirements. So you don't need to do anything like accept my presentation or anything like that. You will need to vote on the changes to the investment policy, which is the next agenda item.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
We can go ahead with the next item.
Yep. Next, we'll consider the changes to the investment policy, and the most significant of which was the rating changes thing. And so, is there any discussion about the changes in the policy?
He's going to discuss them.
Basically, the only change that I did not address, because it was not a change in this session that was enacted in this session, was the authority to invest in corporate bonds and the mutual funds administered by the nonprofits like the Common Fund, and in negotiated CDs that are of the highest rated category for Category 1. And I think in part that came about because of the discussions with the foundation. There's an item, I think, dealing with the entering into an agreement with the Tarrant County College District Foundation in investing certain funds, and they wanted to have the broader authority that was not in your current policy to invest in corporate bonds, in the mutual funds, and the negotiable CDs. Now, that's consistent with the law. I'm not going to pass judgment one way or the other on that. That's up to the board as to whether they want to do that. It's not uncommon, particularly for foundations, for We represent, excuse me, the Dallas County Community College District. They have broad investment. Their foundation has broad investment authority. The one thing that is in here is that if you approve the authorization in corporate bonds and mutual funds and the like, your financial advisor reviewed that as well, and RBC recommended that no more than 20% of your funds be invested in any of those corporate bonds, the nonprofit administered mutual funds, or negotiated, or actually just for the corporate bonds. The other two, consistent, I think, with your previous policy on CDs and mutual funds. But in addition, there was a limit that if you were to invest in corporate bonds, no more than 3% of the funds that you invest with corporate bonds may be invested in any one issuer of the bond. So in other words, you couldn't take, under this, there's a 20% limit. You would not say, okay, I can invest all the 20% of the district's funds that I want to invest in corporate bonds in a Microsoft bond. You'd have to diversify within that 20% permitted range in a number of issuers of corporate bonds. And as I take a quick look, again, my original statement was correct. The cash management and negotiable CDs is also limited to 20% in the policy, again, upon your recommendation of your financial advisor. I'm happy to describe the law, but I'm not really qualified to describe or make recommendations as to where you ought to be making your investments and at what ratio amongst the items that you can invest in. So this was done as a joint effort between staff, our firm, and RBC Capital Markets.
Any questions for Mr. Luschel?
Mark McClendon, is there anything you need to add to this statement?
No, thank you very much, Mr. Bushell, for explaining everything. Yes, you did
Everything's
an
good.
excellent job. Yeah, I agree exactly with this.
Thank
The
you.
district agrees with it.
Okay. Thank you again, Mr. Luschel. Thank you for coming from Big D and from New Mexico. Take care on the way back.
I wished I tried really hard to bring back some nice weather.
But you didn't.
I got as far as Childress with it, but it just evaporated when I hit Childress.
Thank you,
I'll get
Jeff.
a little vacation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any discussion about the investment policy changes? I don't see any. I'd like to entertain a motion to adopt the investment policy changes. Has there been a motion?
Second.
Second. Been a motion and second that we adopt the policy changes. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None. Then we need to approve the investment policy. Do I hear another motion? It's been motion. The motion by Ms. Appleman?
Dr. Morris.
Oh, Dr. Morrison.
I'll
Sorry,
second
I
it.
was looking the wrong way.
Second.
Second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you very much. Next, we have Ms. Hadley and Joe McIntosh in regard to the presentation of the TCC Foundation Management Agreement.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the board. We have been working at the college for quite some time now. As you know, the Tarrant County College Foundation has been revived over the last few years, and we have been working to build that foundation into a very viable one. The foundation exists for the sole purpose of assisting the college with the needs that we have, and so far, the college has determined that all of the help that we get from the foundation has gone to student help in the form of scholarships. There are opportunities for the foundation to assist in other areas such as faculty development grants and other things. We're now embarking upon seeking funds to help us with building projects, getting partnerships in that area. And so the adoption of this new investment policy allows the foundation board to take control of the management of assets that belong to the college and will allow them to invest in the same way, in most cases, that the money for the Tarrant County College Foundation is invested. I want to emphasize that the agreement that you will be asked to consider in a few minutes is only for management purposes. You notice that says funds management agreement. The funds are not legally given to the foundation. They remain in the custody of the Tarrant County College Board of Trustees. As a matter of fact, by law, you cannot give away your assets to anybody, but you can allow assets to be managed by a third party, and that's what we are proposing here tonight. I'd like to recognize Mr. Bob Benda, who is a member of the Tarrant County College Foundation Board, an ardent supporter of the college, a great volunteer, also like to, who is here with us tonight, and also like to acknowledge that Mrs. Louise Appleman and Mr. Bill Greenhill from this board are also members of the Tarrant County College Foundation. Both of them are well-versed in what we've been working on with this for a long time, and all of you have heard. As you recall, we transferred $1.5 million that we had sitting over in the finance department that was just there. People had given us the money over the years for various and sundry things. Some of the reasons for the gifts were not apparent anymore, and so we made sure it was a legal transaction. We went to court and petitioned the court to allow the college to transfer those funds to be used again for student scholarships. So we have already, now those funds were actually given to the foundation. These funds are different. They are college funds, and they cannot be given to the foundation. They can only be managed by the foundation. So you have any questions of me before Joe McIntosh comes to the microphone?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
What funds are we taking investments now that we're looking at in our investment portfolio, and we're giving control of those to the foundation and taking away control from our finance people? Is that what you're saying?
The funds that will be managed by the foundation will no longer be managed by the college, and those funds are the ones that we're getting from the gas drilling companies. We have funds in our accounting finance department now. You'll recall the board determined that all the monies that we get from the gas drilling would go into a separate fund to take care of student scholarships. And it is that money that we're asking you to move to the foundation for management, just that money.
So your answer is no, that what I said is not true, that they will only manage funds that are designated for scholarship purposes.
Yes, sir.
Is that a correct statement?
That is correct, yes, sir.
So how many dollars are we talking about, and what do we expect that to be 5 years down the road, ballpark?
5 years down the road, I certainly can't answer.
Next year.
I'm sorry?
On an annual basis, I mean, because that's a growing fund, right?
It is a growing fund. However, we can't tell how much money we're going to get. We can tell you how much there is now.
Yeah.
But we can't tell you how much we're going to get from, sometimes the companies don't drill when they think they're going to drill. Sometimes they drill and they hold the gas until the market is in a different situation. But the number of dollars now is how much, Nancy? $7 million right now is where the fund is.
7?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Joe? Joe McIntosh, by the way, for those who don't know, is the executive director of the Tarrant County College Foundation.
Thank you, Chancellor, Mr. Greenhill, and other board members. Thank you for the opportunity of visiting with you tonight and bringing forth this recommendation. I thought it'd be helpful to kind of give a little background to how did we get to where we are, and then the action that we want to take to move forward. Let's go to the next slide here. What I want to do is revisit some actions that the Board of Trustees has taken in times past. And on May 16, 2007, the Board authorized establishing a scholarship program. And The monies that were to be used for this were the gas bonus monies, as well as future royalty payments, as well as possibly other potential monies that you might determine. But the board at that time, on May 16, 2007, approved establishing this program, which has become known as the Stars of Tomorrow program. You'll see on the slide there other action or instruction that came out of the approval of establishing that program. The selection of investment firm, adoption of investment policy, setting aside these funds in a quasi-endowment, and then setting up, how the program would operate, et cetera. Now let's move to the next slide. Then again, in August 2008, there was an action related to an additional drill site, but as a part of the discussion on that, it mentioned that the proceeds from this action, the gas proceeds, would go into this fund for scholarships. And then in September 2009, in formalizing a memorandum of understanding between the College District and the Tarrant County College Foundation, as a component of that, there was a provision that provided for the management of funds on behalf of the district. And the board took action to approve that, and I'll specifically point out that it was the funds that were set aside out of the gas royalties, but it's not limited to that. So that's just further seeking to kind of quantifying, if you will, what funds are being talked about. Now, you have the management agreement before you in your packet, but just to summarize, what's it not, if you will? It's not a transfer of funds of ownership, and as the Chancellor pointed out, you cannot legally do that. This is just simply placing funds with the TCC Foundation for management only. And these funds then will be managed and invested according to the College District investment policy, which you have now approved and revised tonight by your action, by the way. So these funds will be managed in accordance to the policy that you have stipulated. And that policy, of course, reflects the Texas Public Funds Investment Act. So, that's how the controls and the stipulations are put in place. Okay, what does the agreement do? Well, it provides focused or singular management of college district funds allocated for scholarships. That's for the college district. For the foundation, it provides opportunity for continued growth and expansion of the Tarrant County College Foundation. For the community, it helps to bring clarity as to who is the manager of scholarship funds on behalf of the college district, as well as who is the receiver of all funds designated for scholarships, both public, which these funds are, the gas royalties, as well as philanthropic dollars. In times past, candidly, there has been some confusion, but you as a board have taken very decisive steps to clear up that and make that very distinct and purposeful for the community and to be able to understand.
Joe, would you expand? I asked you a question when I was at the meeting with the foundation on momentum and growth. What I mean is I understand that it gives the foundation additional credibility to have additional funds under management.
Yes, sir. As we are attempting to raise money and to garner additional support throughout the community, we're often asked as we make requests for large gifts, and we're talking about 6- and 7-figure gifts, the question has come, what is the size of your foundation? In the fundraising world, many times some people look at that, they think, well, if I gave you a 7-figure gift, would it dwarf what you have now? Would you have the mechanism in place to handle that type of gift? And so as we can grow our processes, grow our administration, grow the overall process and program for funds under management, it's very likely, it's very common, it's a standard practice that money will draw additional money. I mean, candidly. As we get bigger, we'll have the opportunity to draw additional philanthropic funds, we believe, from major donors in the community. Okay. All right. I've asked our treasurer, Mr. Benda, to be here tonight to also maybe speak to some rationale or from his perspective how this is really a win-win for both the district and the foundation.
Thank you, Joe, and Board, thank you for having me tonight. Certainly congratulations to your new officers on their new leadership roles. As Ms. Appleman and Mr. Greenhill know, the foundation is very passionate about the mission of growing the community benefit funds that are available for scholarship for those in our community that might not otherwise be able to afford the education that Tarrant County College offers. And we work very diligently both to raise those funds and also to shepherd them once they're in our control. We've developed within the Foundation Board very rigorous methodology for monitoring our investment managers, monitoring our policy in that regard, and hold ourselves to a very high standard relative to trying to get the most out of those funds to increase our community benefit. I think Joe's done a good job of enumerating the benefits of combining the financial resources that are set aside within the college for scholarship with those of the foundation. Certainly the critical mass that it creates, the substance of the foundation within the philanthropic community, the fact that we can more clearly enunciate the aggregate benefit of our community funds within the community by monitoring in a single point of contact where all these funds, whether they're the college's managed funds or the foundation's own funds, how those are being dispersed within the community. And we think this is a big part of our success in generating more funds, is to be able to really effectively tell the story in the community about the reach and the benefit that comes from these funds. I can assure you that the Foundation Board takes very seriously its charge to maximize these benefits, and that we will certainly give our very best efforts to assure you the same return on those funds that you'd entrust to us as we've been able to generate with our own. And I think you've probably seen that our track record there has certainly been very competitive within the industry for benefits that are held in trust, and certainly managed carefully, but with an eye towards the best possible return on those funds. So appreciate your consideration and all the work that you do for our community. Thank you.
Did I have a senior moment, or did we ever say how much funds we're transferring?
$7 million.
$7 million. Nice number.
$1 million each for each board member.
What will that bring the foundation up to? We're going to do $7 million?
Well, currently we have $6 million.
So $13 million?
$13 million.
Quick math.
That begins to get to a pretty sizable foundation corpus. Anything else?
Anything else for Joe?
No, sir. We would, as we have submitted to you, we would ask your consideration and approval of that agreement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joe. I've been on the Foundation Board for about a year, and I've been very, very impressed, Joe, with with the way that the funds are managed. It's very rigorous, very, very rigorous, and very impressive. But I have complete confidence in your policies and investment policies. Is there any discussion about the? I'm sorry.
Mr. President, yes, I just have a question, just for clarification for the board. Will we see that fund report on our investment portfolio each month or quarterly, or what do you see there?
We'll be required to report back to your financial officers, just like any other vendor that is currently handling various funds of the college district, and those returns are then reported to you as part of your monthly financial report.
Thank you. Any other questions?
No questions, but I think it's a terrific idea. It'd be easy enough to take this oil, this gas money and spend it, but the reality is if we do that, it'll be gone. But if we do this for the next 10 years, the next 20 years, the next 50 years, the next 100 years, the students here will be benefiting from long after the gas money has stopped.
I assume the audit committee and the same internal audit process applies to these funds as they do to any other funds that we have. Is that a correct assumption?
Oh, yes, the foundation has a very thorough audit.
But I mean, as far as TCCD is concerned.
I'm not sure if we'll audit, not Nancy saying yes. We shall also audit. Right, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Move approval, please.
Ma'am?
Chair moves approval.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Ms. Appleman, did you second it? Or did,
I'll second it.
oh, Ms. Appleman
Made the motion.
and you're seconding it.
Yes.
All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Joe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bender, for being here tonight. Appreciate it.
And for your service on the board,
And Mr. Bender, Dr. Morrison says for your service on the board,
on the foundation
on the
board.
foundation board.
Thank you.
Okay, our next item on the agenda is number 12, and we have Tom Carr and Jesse Gaines in regard to the redistricting matter. Yes, I understand your knee problems.
If it please Chancellor Hadley, Mr. President, board members, just for the benefit of the public, for those present, for those out in the audience, every 10 years, state law and our policy, this district's policy, require us to look at the census data and make a determination as to whether or not our single-member districts, the trustee districts, are in compliance with the law. The law provides that the largest or most populated district cannot exceed the least populated district by more than 10% in population numbers. We learned early on this year when the census data was presented that it did, in fact, exceed the 10% tolerance provided by both policy and state law. And this body, through a series of resolutions, through a series of meetings, through a series of public meetings, has established itself as a committee that would look into the redistricting. You hired a demographer, and you came up with a couple of different plans. The consensus was in favor of plan number 2 at that time, back in June. We've had at least one public hearing, and technically right now we're going to have another public comment. And so I would invite anybody who's here, a member of the audience, that wishes to come forward and speak to the redistricting issue. Now would be the opportunity for that individual. Is there
Hearing
anybody?
none. I don't hear any. Speak now,
also-
forevermore hold your peace.
And also, if you're not here, if you're listening, and if you will hear this, please send in your comments. You can also send in your comments also, if you're not here in the audience today.
And who would they send those to, Mr. Gaines?
Probably they could either direct it to Mr. Gaines, myself, or which folks have done in the past, or certainly the college district through Mr. Gates' office.
What is our next step?
Our next step, glad you asked that, our next step will be taking place at the September board meeting. At that meeting, there will be a resolution presented to this body to adopt Plan 2 as it presently is. We will hear public comment regarding that motion, that resolution, and if adopted, we will have in place, proposed place, these single-member districts as set out in Plan number 2. They won't be effective, so to speak. They will not be put in effect for the next election until we receive the Department of Justice, through the voting rights section, approval, or at least a non-objection from that body. The state of Texas is subject to, well, all states are subject to Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, which prevents us from in any way inhibiting or in any way affecting or reducing the opportunity of any individual to vote, particularly minorities or those with are considered racially minority or a language minority. All states are subject to Section 2. Texas and several other states, and then some counties in other states, are subject to Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act, which requires us to submit any changes in our procedures or in any way, any changes to our election process to the Department of Justice. And so after this body votes on and adopts a resolution in September, a submission package under Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act will be put together and sent to Washington to the Department of Justice for their review and their opportunity to object.
Assuming we adopt something in September, when would you expect the government to respond, if that's a question you can answer?
That is a question I can answer. They are, by statute, given at least 60 days to respond. Now, a moderate kink in that 60-day period is if they request some additional information, the 60-day period then is extended from that time which they receive that additional information.
Okay.
Right. And Mr. Greenhill, they will also contact local community groups and organizations in the community to ask them if they have any objections. And we're doing such a good job of passing out and giving people opportunities to comment. Hopefully there won't be anybody that has anything negative to say.
Sounds like a good idea. Thank you very much.
Great.
Any other? Go ahead.
No, I was going to conclude the redistricting part and then be available to discuss Senate Bill 100 if this body is interested in discussing that at this time. But I do have a comment with regard to Senate Bill 100. But let's conclude the redistricting aspects
Any
first.
questions from the trustees on redistricting? Now let's go into the mess of Bill 100.
You're correct. Now, for the benefit of those present and those in the audience, Senate Bill 100 basically requires the state to provide a ballot to those overseas, those individuals who are overseas, and they're allowed to review that ballot, vote that ballot, and return that ballot within a 45-day period. With our primary election being conducted on even years, what happens is when the primary election takes place in March, then they have the runoff election. They have to, by law, by both federal and state laws now, they have to extend the period for the runoff election for an additional for a period of 45 days to allow overseas voters to vote and cast their ballots. That runoff election runs smack dab into the middle of what is normally our uniform election date, that being the second Saturday in May. The rub is, or the problem is, that the county has basically 450 machines to count ballots, to take ballots, to receive ballots, to count those ballots. The primaries allow both the Republican Party and the Democratic Party to conduct their elections at separate locations using separate equipment. Currently, they each have about 220 election sites, and so, or the need for 220 machines. I believe that's correct. Anyway, the rub is there isn't enough equipment for the county to conduct both the primary election and our election in May. The county is working on that. They're trying to address that. But if the parties don't agree to use a joint or conduct a joint election in the runoff election, then we're going to be scrambling for an alternative. And the thing is, we cannot wait that long. Now, I wanted to comment, the county held a meeting a few weeks ago in which a couple of the board members participated in, or at least got to hear firsthand the information. Presently, the county is going to conduct another meeting. It will be next Wednesday, the 24th, at 3 p.m., and it will take place in the same location that the last one did, that being the Tarrant County Family Law Courts Building, which is located at 200 East Weatherford Street. It'll be on the second floor. Again, I think if you are interested in attending, you might want to attend and get the information firsthand. We have, normally the county elections administrator, by law, is required to conduct our elections if we so choose. If we by resolution ask them, or by contract ask them to conduct our election. Because of the potential in not having sufficient equipment and possibly personnel, there's an out for the county elections administrator under Senate Bill 100, whereby they can punt or they can pass the opportunity and not contract with individual entities, and instead just take on the responsibility of running the primary for the different political parties. They're doing their darndest to try to work with us, but it may be that we have to come forward with a resolution or with a recommendation that we move our election date either to November or to odd years in May, using the uniform election date in May, that being the second Saturday, but instead of using the even years, which we currently do, going to the odd years, similar to what the city of Fort Worth is using right now. They have elections on odd years. I would encourage one or two or three of you to maybe attend that meeting if you can, next Wednesday at 3 o'clock. Get pretty much the whole picture. A lot of the political subdivisions, most of them were present, and most of them were not happy about the situation. Would that be accurate for those two of you that attended? Yeah, there's a lot of non-happy campers out there.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
As I recall, in my election, the municipalities, the names of the trustees was on the municipal ballot, because I remember Bedford had this long ballot with all of the changes to their charter and all this, and people were getting tired of reading, so I think that's why I won. I'm just kidding. But how does the municipal elections figure into this process?
Well, unfortunately, the municipalities, as well as those school districts that use May, the uniform election date in May, on even years, they've been told right now that the county does not have the equipment to conduct their election.
Okay, so they're in the same boat we are.
They are definitely in the same boat. Now, they have different laws that affect them, particularly the municipalities. Some of them are charter, have a city charter, and others are general law cities, and so they have different things that they have to consider. They too have the option, as I understand it, depending on whether or not their charter, to move their election to the odd years, or many of them are considering moving them to November. Again, the problem with the November ballot is, if you're in those primary election years, you've got half of the people, expecting to vote Democratic or Republican. And where does that put us on the ballot?
Tom, I have a question, and I'm not sure if this is the appropriate time to ask this, but I had asked the last time that I'll be losing 2 precincts in my district.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to determine we're going to lose them to who?
Yeah, we forwarded. Did that not get emailed on? Okay. One of the districts had like 3 voters, and the other one had, in the most significant election, less than 200 vote. And they're both downtown. And so you will lose a few voters, but you're going to be picking up many, many more north of the city. Or not north of the city, but north.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any further questions for Jesse or Tom? Thank you very much.
Yes,
Thank you
sir.
for your presentation.
Thanks.
Look forward to seeing you next month.
Yes.
All right. Do you want to stay for the fun now? We're going through the budget. No? Okay. Madam Chancellor? Okay.
Yes.
I asked Dr. Wells is it just me or is it hot in here? He says just you.
No, it's hot. I think it's hot.
Well, they talk about me all the time. Most of the time when I'm in this room, I'm freezing. And tonight, it's hot to me, so I think I'm on the hot seat. I think perhaps that's what it is. But Mr. Greenhill and board members, I'm very pleased to present to you the proposed budget for 2011-12. And I have just a few things to say to you, just as a reminder of who we are. Now, TCC offers about 98 options and 61 fields of study for students who may earn the Associate of Arts degree, the Associate of Science degree, the Associate of Arts in Teaching degree, the Associate of Applied Science degree, the Associate of a Science degree, and the Associate of Applied Science degree. And more programs, these specialist certificate programs, are being planned for this year and in the years to come. Last year, we served over 96,108 unduplicated students in this district. Some of the students that we served don't earn a degree or a certificate, but they gain skills too through adult basic education, English as a second language, workforce development training, customized training programs through corporate services. Just today, at the Fort Worth Chamber breakfast, when David Brazina was making a report about General Electric's move to this area to build the locomotives, one of the first words out of his mouth was Tarrant County College is going to do the training for General Electric for all of the work that's going to be done there. And as you know, they're going to bring a lot of jobs. I'm not sure how many hundreds. Troy Vaughn is back there smiling. That's his area. Several hundred jobs will be coming because of that. And Tarrant County College is being asked to help train the people for those jobs. We also offer College for Kids and Kids College, senior citizen programs, summer bridge programs for high school students, dual credit enrollment programs, and early college high school. And these numbers that I just told you don't include the thousands of citizens who use our facilities every day. Just last year alone, Trinity River Campus hosted over 8,000 citizens in the community on our campus. District-wide, that number is very significant. So our college serves thousands of citizens who don't formally enroll in credit or non-credit courses. So tonight, the executive leadership team, the faculty leadership, and on behalf of all of the employees and the students of Tarrant County College, I am pleased to present to you this budget. We have just a few under 5,000 people who work for the college, either in full-time positions, part-time positions, or as students. That means that the majority of our budget is attributable to people. Just about 70% of it, as a matter of fact. This is a very people-intensive institution. And if we are to continue to serve our students and our publics well, we must staff accordingly. So far, our fall 2011 enrollment is trending at about 5%, a 5% increase. If that holds, that means we'll have almost 52,000 students to serve in credit courses this coming semester. That many people will come seeking our help. And when you look at the budget that you're about to see in a minute, I ask that you focus on the reasons behind the line items, that you not just look at a line item, because this budget is really about changing lives. And it's something that this college does very well. I'm going to present to you this evening two options on the budget. There's an option A and an option B, and we as a staff are prepared to move forward with either one that you adopt. Option B, you will find, is $13 million less than option A. The $13 million that is left out of option B primarily deducts money from uses that we feel we need in the facilities area. Since our facilities are so central to student success, less money for infrastructure and renovation projects means less effectiveness of our work for our students and the success that we want them to experience with us. I thank you for the time that you have given to us as we have prepared this budget. You have held 3 budget planning sessions. A marathon day on Saturday, March the 5th, 2011, another Saturday, June 11th, 2011, and this past Monday, August the 8th, 2011. We are most appreciative of your guidance. As I go through this presentation, please feel free to stop me and ask any question that you may have along the way. You saw this, almost everything that's in this proposal, you went over on August the 8th, and I am going to go through it rather fast because I think you will remember the majority of it. The only time I ask Shelley to pause is when she puts a pretty picture up, because the pictures are so impressive and they give you an indication of what we do on a daily basis here. Next one, please. There you'll see a beautiful picture of 6 locations. And while I'm talking about locations, let me just remind everybody in this room and in the listening audience, if you have not seen our new baby, Trinity River East Campus for the Health Professions, we invite you to take a very close and personal look at it. You will be most impressed. Dr. Tahita Fulkerson, who happens to have the great fortune to be president of that campus as well, and her staff have done an outstanding job in showing the public what that campus is like. It is absolutely going to be a great asset to this community. I will remind you, board members, some of you weren't here at the time, when the college adopted student success measures. Well, actually the state kind of mandates that we measure our success by contact hours, and of course you know we get paid by contact hours, academic, technical, and continuing education. Look at the enrollment gap, the population service area, and especially at the Hispanic student enrollment, because much of our efforts in closing the gaps have to be centered on getting our Hispanic student enrollment increased. The percent of degrees and certificates awarded per unduplicated enrollment, the graduation and persistence rates, first time in college undergraduate persistent rate after 2 years, the percent of students who transfer to a senior institution, and the percent of underprepared students who completed a related college level course within 3 or 4 years. Those are absolutely awesome goals. Now, this is the scorecard on which we're measured. We look at credit enrollment. You see we keep going up. And I just told you that we're looking at perhaps a 5% increase for 11-12 for this fall semester. If you look at the non-credit enrollments on the right-hand side, you'll see that they, too, have gone up significantly. Look at our student diversity at the bottom of that chart. We are pretty representative of the population in Tarrant County with our student enrollments. And on the right-hand bottom side, you see the budget. The budget this current year is $365 million, up about $15 million over last year. At the same time, look at that slide. I asked Shelley if she could get me a sound that says, George. I guess you couldn't quite find it. But you can see in 1982, we were getting 42% of our budget from the state. And in 2011-12, we were expecting that number to be 21% if we can hold what we have today. There is speculation that that number may be decreased, that we may get a telephone. We don't get phone calls, we get emails now. May get an email from the state saying you've got to reduce your budget by, not the budget, but the appropriations that you give us by X number of dollars. Just last week, we got an email from the Employee Retirement System of Texas telling us that they were going to withhold how much money, and that's $1 million? $1.2 million from the payment that we're due this month. That's for this current fiscal year, so they are going to take more money out. It is certainly a changed picture with public financing in Austin. There is a slide that shows you the credit semester hours that are funded by the state, and you see how they have grown in the last 3 years. You see that our non-credit hours have also grown. And I want to say here that we're very, very attentive to what happens in continuing education, because many of the students who come into continuing education transfer later to credit courses, which also lead to certificates and, in many cases, to degrees. We're very proud that just recently we were reported in the Community College Times. Tarrant County College is the 12th in the nation for awarding associate degrees. Now, you'll see in 2008-9 we had 3,021 awarded degrees, and this past year, 2010-11, 4,217. So we absolutely are making progress, and we absolutely are closing the gaps. You can also see at the bottom of that the retention rate for our students, full-time and part-time, 57%, 58%, 56%. We went down a little bit this past year. For part-time students, the retention rate has continued to go up. Retaining students from 1 year to the next, that's from fall to fall, is one of the most difficult jobs that we have. It is not that it's difficult just at Tarrant County College. It's a difficult job because of the characteristics of community college students, and we know what those characteristics are. The vast majority of them do not complete a 2-year degree within 2 years. The majority of our students who graduate take 5 to 6 years to graduate. Now, if you look at the graduation rate survey, and you can see this is a 4-year running average. The students who graduate, 9% for this current year, 2010-11, but the 4-year running average is 8%. Our goal, of course, is to get that 4-year running average higher. And then, of course, the number of students who transfer out to universities, colleges and universities, fluctuated. Well, in 2011, it was up a little bit, 21%, but the 4-year running average is 20%. Again, those are really difficult numbers to move, and all these things you're going to hear us talk about in a few minutes are designed to make sure that our students' success rates do increase at Tarrant County College. If you look at the bottom of that on the closing the gaps and how we have done, look at the current status versus the goals that we set in 2006, our overall enrollment has beat the target. The African American enrollment has beat the target. Hispanic enrollment is greater. Associate degrees greater than we projected they would be. African American degrees and certificates slightly greater than our targeted number. The Hispanic degrees and certificates slightly greater than target. The engineering and computer science degrees and certificates are less than what we targeted. As again, those STEM areas are very, very difficult for us. The STEM stands for science, engineering, technology, and math. Those are difficult areas for us to get students in and hold them. And then, of course, our allied health and nursing degree certificates are on target. As we have moved those allied health and nursing programs to the Trinity River campus, we're going to be focused on tripling the size of each one of those programs in that facility. So we certainly expect to do a better job. We do a great job with those programs. They are so small, however. We have a lot of students every year waiting to get into those programs. Dr. Fulkerson and her staff in the credit and the non-credit side are cooperating, and they are building a number of certificate programs. Some of them are 6-month certificates, and some, of course, are 1 year, in areas that we have not had certificates before, that are designed to capture students who come into TCC applying for those positions in the allied health and nursing programs and can't get in. They plan to try to capture those students, entice them to look at another program, apply for that, get in that program, perhaps graduate with the 6-month certificate or 1-year certificate and get a job making significantly more than minimum wage, and perhaps later come back and complete an associate degree with us. So we are very anxious to see how that is going to turn out for us. We're all about creating learning opportunities. So I'll talk a little bit about workforce services and continuing education. On the left-hand side of your screen, you see the locations for workforce services and career and college readiness. Career and college readiness you can translate to adult basic education primarily. And you'll see we have a center at Alliance. We have one at the Butler Housing Development. We have one on the east side of Fort Worth, I believe at the Eastside YMCA, the Northside Learning Opportunity Center, the Southeast YMCA Learning Opportunity Center, and we have our own TCC Learning Opportunity Center that's very close to Dunbar High School. And then, of course, we have one at our Mother of Mercy School, and one, a new learning center opening this fall at 555 Grants Lane. And I'm not sure what part of Fort Worth that's in, Troy, so help us out here. Out by Lockheed Corporation. And, of course, in Arlington we have two, one at the Arlington Learning Opportunity Center and one at Water from the Rock Learning Center. In Mansfield we have one at Bethlehem Baptist Church. And through these centers, you'll see that we served this past year 3,139 students in those various programs that are shown below. And, of course, this is our newest community center. Some of you have been there. The others of you haven't. I urge you to go. Dr. Darledge is very, very proud that we were able to partner with Haltom City to open this center. It's a very handsome-looking building inside and out, that it was renovated by our own staff at TCC. We get the building for a $1 per year lease, and we have basic skills training there, credit classes, workforce training, as well as community events. Next one. Notice this slide. Notice the baby learning how to swim. Notice the older citizen learning how to play the piano. And notice the bright-eyed, bushy-tailed in the middle people getting ready to take on the world. That's what we're all about in academic affairs. And some of the things that we're going to be doing this coming year in the academic arena is completing the academic master plan. And the academic master plan is tied to the facilities master plan. First time, I think, in the history of this college that we've had a comprehensive look at an academic master plan and facilities plan. And of course, the academic master plan should drive the facilities plan. Exactly what is it you want to do, and then what do you need to do that. So that's why we're partnering. David Wells, of course, is heading up the academic piece, and Nina Petty heading up the facilities piece. And we're also looking at strengthening and standardizing developmental education, implementing smarter measures, which is an assessment tool for distance learning students. You've heard me say from time to time that some of our distance learning students don't understand what they're getting into. They enroll in distance learning courses and are not successful nearly as often as we would like for them to be. So we're going to try to help them understand when they're ready and when they're not ready. We're looking at strengthening program and instructional assessment, expanding continuing education, corporate training, and workforce development programming. And much to the faculty's desire, we are implementing Blackboard, which is a learning management system. Maria Shelton tells me that when it's all said and done, we may be able to walk on water with all of these things. We're counting on that. This way. If you look at our operational instructional expenses, you can tell we're growing, because you can see the operational expenses for the college continues to grow from $32.9 million to $44.7 this year, from 08-09 to 10-11. And then, of course, you've heard us talk so much about student success. We have just finished our first year of Achieving the Dream. We have our proposal that's adopted by the college. Our faculty and other administrators have been intimately involved in designing the program for Achieving the Dream. And we are now ready to embark upon the formal parts of implementation, all of which are designed around the first year experience. When students come into college, their very first year. For instance, one of the things we've learned is that if we don't attract the attention of students within the first 3 weeks, we stand a great chance of losing them. 3 weeks is about all we have to make a great impression on our students. Some of the initiatives that we're looking at there include implementing the priorities and the interventions of Vision 2015, expanded tutoring, increasing weekend college offerings, continue the implementation of Title III initiatives. We were very fortunate that we were able to get that $2 million grant from Title III that gives us great boost power for our Achieving the Dream initiatives. We'll also increase professional development for faculty and staff, offer learning communities for developmental education, offer more summer bridge programs, focus more on student advising, and create academic foundations department. Each of our individual campuses, all of the campuses will be working on that first set of initiatives that you just saw, and these are some of the specialized initiatives on each campus. I just pulled out perhaps the one that stands out the most on each campus. On South Campus, we'll be opening a Family Empowerment Center. On Northeast, the Haltom City Northeast Center will be up and running. Northwest is expanding its early college high school to include the Fort Worth Independent School District. Will be the first one in the area that has been successful in getting 2 independent school districts to agree to work together and 1 early college high school. Everybody told us that it couldn't be done. Dr. LeBlanc said, "Watch me." Our Southeast Campus is embarking up on the Veteran-Friendly Campus Initiative. As you know, we're getting more and more veterans into our system, and we're going to be watching the Southeast Campus Initiative very closely, learn all we can, and then copy it on all the other campuses, because Dr. Joy Gates Black has already put on her agenda, as a matter of fact, we have money in the budget for each campus to have someone to pay special attention to the veterans. Many of our veterans come to us with special needs, and we need to be in a position to address those. And of course, at Trinity River Campus, They're going to be developing a health professions career portal for Fort Worth ISD 7th graders. And I'm also very proud to announce that as of today, we have embarked upon a partnership with the Fort Worth Independent School District, University of North Texas, the University of North Texas Health Science Center, and TCC will start, first of all, dual credit courses for the health professions. And hopefully by this time next fall, we will be opening early college high school on the Trinity River campus for the health professions. We are very excited about that. It will be a great partnership where the students will start, of course, in the Fort Worth ISD in some of their Star Point programs. They will be in dual credit at Trinity River, taking their health profession courses. They will graduate from high school and come to TCC if they need to. If they have all the courses they need, they'll go on to the University of North Texas. Most of them will stop by Trinity River campus first, even though they've been in dual credit courses. They'll finish with us, they'll go to UNT, and then they'll come back to Fort Worth and go to the UNT Health Science Center for a graduate degree. We are very, very excited about that opportunity. Providing excellence in teaching and learning is what we're all about, and at the end of the day, it is all about student success. So if we look at these initiatives, we'll begin implementing Achieving the Dream. We'll provide greater support to campuses for these new initiatives. We'll continue our data collection and analyses. We feel so empowered by all the data that we have now. We are absolutely using our data to make decisions. It is not at all unusual for someone to say we need something and for somebody else to say, what do the data show about this? Do we really need it? Let's take a harder look at that. We're also looking at streamlining staffing patterns on our campus, looking at how we can maximize our resources by making sure every campus has all the help it needs in every area. We will continue implementation of the Title III grant initiatives, and we'll continue to explore strategies for increasing efficiency and consistency of services. Dr. Wells and the presidents are involved right now on standardizing staffing across the district. It's been quite a chore for them, but they've done an outstanding job at looking at, in other words, how many employees do we need to serve X number of students? And so let's try to make sure that we give every campus all they need so that everybody can be successful. The communication and external affairs will focus on continued process improvement initiatives, strengthening our internal and external communication, enhancing our grants development and compliance. We have ramped up our grants development office. Jackie Mackey is in somewhat of an elevated position with a number of new initiatives under her. We are staffing that department to go after many more grants. I'm not sure exactly how many grants we have under our college right now. Jackie, can you tell me what the number is? You told me some time ago. About $14 million worth of grants is what we've been able to get so far. Every grant that comes in, everything that comes across my desk, I send it over to Jackie and say, can we do this? Can we do this? And once in a while, she'll send me a note back and she says, now, Chancellor, we can't do everything. She doesn't say it quite that way, but she's very nice. And she says, well, there are a few other things in the fire right now. Perhaps we should look at something else. But we're being very greedy about looking at grants. And we're also going to conduct our TCC Trailblazers Toro mascot campaign. We are so excited about Toro. You're going to see the live one at the Chancellor's breakfast, so you're going to make sure you're there to greet our live mascot. And we're going to realign our graphics service. We're going to move graphics from another department. Maria Shelton had that under her area. She's been working with Reginald Gates because we've learned that we really need graphic services in public relations and marketing, because they have so much work to do. We need them there. We'll still have services on the campus, but we're also going to have a lot of realignment there. The only way we can deal with all of these is to have good sound financial practices. And in business services, we're looking at restructuring for cost reduction and increased customer service. We're looking at creating new opportunities and increasing efficiencies of our existing services in our food service and other auxiliary contracts. We're working on reducing cost of textbooks, and we'll have some very interesting information to give you on that. We're looking at our warehouse and inventory, reducing the cost and optimizing physical inventory processes. Mark McClendon told us that we were spending way too much money storing things that were no good to anybody that we should get rid of. And so you will recall that you approved the transfer of some of that I take that back. I'm not sure if you brought that to the board or not. It didn't need board approval. We made a report to you about that we had given it to Goodwill Industries, and of course they use a lot of that to refurbish. They use it for clients that where they are trying to train to do basic services, have basic skills, and so it goes for a very good purpose, and they put it in their stores and they sell it, and they have money to help do additional training for the community. Under the administrative side of the house, we have established a comprehensive professional development program that we're kicking off this year. As you know, we have a faculty academy. We have a dean of the faculty academy. We're looking at even increasing that. We've added money a couple of times. We started out, I think, with thinking we could perhaps do it for $100,000, and then we moved up to $200,000, and I think perhaps now it's more than that. The faculty academy is key to what we're trying to do. We must have the ability to allow the faculty to be trained as much as it needs to be trained. And so we're very excited about that. We also have a Center for Professional Development for all of our employees. And of course, you know about our Office for Institutional Diversity and Inclusion. And this year we're bringing the legal counsel in-house, and that is going to save us a tremendous amount of money. And while I'm talking about employees, I like to put this slide up to you every once in a while just to remember, so you can remember, that TCC is very lean. I know sometimes you look at what we have here and you'll say, well, all of those people, well, look that we have 21.7 students for every employee, while Alamo College has 16.8, Collin has 18.6, Dallas has 14.1, El Paso 13.3. Only Austin Community College is close to where we are, and they're even less than we are, with 20.6 students per employee. So we have a lot of work to do. We do a lot of work with the number of people we have. However, if our enrollment continues to grow, that means that at some point we must grow our employees. Look at the man at the front of the picture. Is he intense or what? He likes Maria Shelton's Information Technology Services. And we're going to continue disaster recovery site implementation. That's a really big deal for public institutions, big deal for everybody. But you really must have a recovery site. If you have a disaster of any kind, a fire, a storm, or anything, you must be able to recover your records and be up and running, if you can, as soon as possible. So that's a big ongoing project. We'll implement Zogotech Data Warehouse, and that gives us the ability to warehouse a lot more data than we have been able to do before at, I believe, less cost. Is that right, Maria? Yes. Support implementation of Ad-Astra, which is a facility scheduling application. We are really anxious to get Ad-Astra up and running so that we can look at any time and see which classrooms are being maximized and which ones are not, so that we can schedule better for to meet our student needs. We're going to be upgrading network communications hardware and software to support increased traffic demands. Nina Petty tells me all the time that real estate and facilities is really all about people. They are committed to providing state-of-the-art learning environment. And so she's often talking about, we are a service entity. That's what we're here for, to facilitate service. And so their goals and initiatives for this year will be to facilitate a new strategy, a strategic real estate and facilities master plan in concert, as I told you before, with the academic plan, to complete the realignment of real estate and facilities department to more effectively serve the district, to develop and implement a process for annual facility condition assessment review, validation, and prioritization of projects. I am really anxious to see the work. We have a consultant working now. The name is Cushman Wakefield. They're one of the best in the country, and they are providing outstanding services to us. Nina just told me today that they have developed a part of the project that will allow us to look at every facility, every line item. She can tell us now in a minute, perhaps even tomorrow, how much we spend on every facility that we have, every building, perhaps every room, every whatever it is. It is absolutely a phenomenal planning device. And of course, they'll continue to provide a safe, secure, and appropriate working and learning environment for our students, faculty, and staff. And as I reported to you before, they're right in the middle of a massive move, moving a lot of our employees, all of our employees, out of the Water Gardens place to Trinity River East. We've taken over, we've commanded the third floor, one of Tahita's buildings, and they've adjusted to that. We won't have anybody left over there except the Tarrant County College Foundation. They will stay at the Water Gardens. Now, looking forward to the budget, I told you earlier that option A of the budget includes a $2 per semester hour increase in tuition. And I want to remind you that if you adopt option A tonight, a student who takes a full load, which is generally 15 hours for a full load, some students consider 12 hours a full load, but if they take 15, they will pay an additional $30 per semester. The average number of hours that our students take is 8. So the average student would pay $16 more in tuition for the semester. The other part of the option A budget is to move the tax to the effective tax rate. And those two together, the tuition increase for the spring semester, we can't count the fall semester. It was too late. Students have already registered for the most part. So that will go into effect if you adopt it for the spring semester. That $2 increase would bring us $860,000. If you take the tax rate to the effective rate, it would bring another about $12.2 million. So it would be about $13.9 million in new money. If you look to the right under renewal and replacements under that budget, you will see $13.9 million is what, maybe a few other dollars in there, I'm not sure. But that would be the new money that you would have to operate renewals and replacements. We have one campus that is 44 years old, the South Campus. The Northeast Campus is 43 years old. The Northwest Campus is 36 years old. And of course, you have a lot of old infrastructure in all of those campuses that need attention. In addition to that, in that budget, you have a number of other safety items, public safety items, that we would need to complete. If you go to Trinity River East Campus and you look at the blue phones, I'm sure some of you saw those. If you push a button on the blue phone, someone comes on and immediately sees you. There is a camera right above that shows the person who is manning that station your surroundings, and they can give you advice whether you should stay, whether you should run, whether you should do whatever. Now, we have installed a lot of those blue phones on all of our campuses, but we don't have the other technology that go with that. Even with this budget, we wouldn't complete all of that for all campuses. This is a long process, but I believe all of the blue phones are completely installed, Nina. I think that's about right. Most of the campuses have their blue phones, but you still install them. But we don't have the cameras and the other lights. We have some things in there that are code driven, city codes or even state codes. We have some in there that are driven by federal guidelines, like access for the handicapped. One of the big items that we've had in the budget for a long time is a restroom on the Northwest Campus that is not really suitable for handicap accessibility, and it is going to be necessary for us to not just go in and retrofit that restroom, but we'll have to add some space because it isn't large enough for retrofitting. So we have a lot of things in that budget like that are in option A. If you go to the next slide, that's option B, and you will
Irma, just a short question. I kind of missed why our debt service is de minimis going up, but what's the increase of $641,000? It says debt service increasing?
Yes. My recollection is that's increasing because of the property values. Is that right, Mark? The money that we did not get? Help me out on that one. Nancy is our debt service expert.
I had that same question, and as I understand it, we have a debt rate that we set every year.
Yes, sir.
That rate yields a revenue of a certain amount. It's sometimes higher than what we need to satisfy our real obligation. But what we do then is we take that excess and we apply it to that year, right? And then when we do that, then the year that we vote on, like the last 2 years, we've actually had an excess there. So we didn't have to do the tax rate as high as we would have had we not had that excess amount. This year, we have an amount smaller than it was last year. So I guess you have to do an estimate based on the value or whatever. You have to at least have enough to satisfy your obligation, right, for the debt. So that's why it's up a little higher than it was in the last 2 years. Am I correct?
Yes. Nancy says you passed the test.
I want you to know that we rehearsed that.
Well, Nancy says you passed the test, Mr. Hudson.
Well, it only took her 2 hours and 15 minutes to get that across to me. Thank you.
Yeah, and you'll recall last year and year before, we decreased the tax rate because we had more money than we needed, as he said. So this year, because that rate was decreased the last 2 years, it didn't yield quite as much. So that's why we have to increase it slightly. That's okay. So if you look at option B, and you see renewal and replacement, 64 million. Go back, Shelley, to option A. And you see renewal and replacement, 78 million. So that's the difference in the budgets, in the two budgets. Mr. Hudson?
Maybe everybody else understands this, but as you know, I was AWOL the last meeting when you discussed the budget. But do we have someone here that can explain to me the effective tax rate versus the real tax rate?
Well, you should have asked that question while Jeff Lachelle was here. Yes, you do. You have someone who can explain it. Mark McClendon has explained it to the point where I can understand it. I'm going to ask him to come up and explain it to you. I think I understand it now. I still don't understand, however, why the tax rate has to increase a little bit. I understand how they get there, and I understand all that part. Mark, so will you come to the microphone and help Mr. Hudson out on that? And by the way, Reginald Gates has for each member a copy of the effective tax rate booklet, so that you may take it home if you still don't quite understand when Mark McClendon explains it to you. Some of you may already have that. Mark?
Would you like it better if I ask questions and maybe I can get the main thrust of what I don't understand before you start? I mean, I'm asked. As I understand, I don't know how you pick up. I understand that some of it you can only get this year. If it passes this year, you no longer have the opportunity. But what I don't understand, if the tax rate goes from 13 point whatever to 14 point something or other, take me as the average homeowner. When I get my tax statement, is my tax statement going to say 13 point something or 14 point something? Question number one. And question number two, if it says 14 point something, is the answer the same as the real and the whatever?
I'm going to try. Well, first of all, good evening, trustees. Congratulations to all the new positions. The effective tax rate, what it says is, what does law allow us to do to change, to adjust for discounts? And so without going to all the gyrations, what it says is consider, add back, take the values that you had in 210, add back court decisions, add back refunded taxes from previous years, subtract taxes on de-annexed territory, subtract taxes on property values that were not in 2010, and then take out taxes out to the TIF. And what it's trying to say, what are the taxes that you basically, if you took out these discounts, you did not use, all right, were not able to get to? Then it does the same process by saying, what are the taxes, if we equate 2010 to 2011, let's take out all the things that were not in 2010, and let's take out that discount, which comes out to be about $158 million of taxes, and divide it by what's the base value in 2011. And so what that does is to be able to recapture that amount, you increase that tax rate. And that's why it goes from exactly 13.6 to 14, and that is the recapture of it. Now, what happens on your tax statement? That's a good question. What happens on your tax statement is going to depend on the people right in front of me. If you decide to use the effective tax rate, then what a homeowner is going to see on his tax statement, right? He will see exactly 1.142062. If you do not, it will take the prevailing rate. Now, might I tell you what is the difference? If you take, what will this difference be between the 0.13, and 0.142062, which is 0.0008 difference, on a $145,000 home, which is about an average on the district? Your tax is going to increase by $18.
Okay. I think you've answered my question. So what we're doing is we're looking at the estimated value last year, and we're saying, or this year, whichever year you
real value, sir. There's no estimate.
Real value. And you're saying, okay, if the taxes are collected on this value, 13 point whatever would yield X number of dollars. But we didn't collect all the taxes on all that value. We collected part of it, right?
Exactly.
So what you're doing now is you're saying, okay, we think the value this year is going to be X number of dollars, but we lost to, whatever last year, and we're recouping that. So, but we're really raising the tax rate. The individuals that see their tax statements, they're going to see a tax increase.
They will see a difference. Yes, sir, they will.
Okay.
And there is no estimated. These are all actual numbers, and it's by an exact process that the state asks us to do, and we actually publish out on the newspaper. It's an exact science.
That was
yes,
my
sir.
point. If we vote for Plan A, we will actually initiate a tax increase.
We would raise to the effective tax rate.
Yes,
yes sir.
Okay.
It's different from a tax increase because it's the effect is of a tax increase, but you're not increasing your rate. All right.
Well, we're increasing the rate. We
Yeah.
may not be
Yeah.
increasing the anticipated revenue, but we're increasing the rate.
Yes, you are.
And
you
to
are.
the homeowner who gets a tax statement, he or she is going to pay more because we have increased the rate on their statement from 13 point something to 14 point something.
That
I'm sorry. Yeah. But my tax statement that I had last year from TCC said 13 point something. Right.
Yes, sir, you are increasing it. The
Okay,
effect is
but
to
my
increase
tax
it,
statement this year will say 14 point something.
depending on your decision, yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Okay.
Other questions on that? If not, let's look at the next slide, which is the maintenance and operation budget for option A. And you will see that we have an increase in that budget of $22.1 million. Our state appropriation is increased $1.8 million, and I want to add here that this does not include funding from the state for growth at all. There is a little bit of an increase there, but not really any funding for growth. And of course, on the maintenance tax, there's $21 million, credit hour tuition, $3 million. Non-credit hour tuition funded, $750,000 less. We're expecting $750,000 less than last year. And the non-credit tuition, non-funded, we're expecting $200,000 less. Our indirect costs and other, we're increasing that by $4.1 million. That's primarily because of the money that Radio Shack is paying us for rent on the facilities that they're using. And of course, our designated reserves, we would increase the need of about $6.9 million for a total of $22 million. That's option A. Option B, you will see that we have left everything there the same. It's just that on the revenue, it's that we would not have that $13.9 million that I talked about before. So I want to emphasize to you that we can run the college with option B. But remember that we won't have money, not nearly as much money as we need to do infrastructure changes that we need to make. We also have in that $13 million that we're taking out a number of remodels that need to be done. For example, the nursing program vacated an entire building on South Campus. It's not very usable for other things without some major renovation. Some of the space that was vacated on Northeast Campus of some of those programs has to be renovated if it's going to be very usable for other programs. Question?
Yes. May I ask another question? We have and I'm not sure what we have in our investment fund. I had asked a couple months ago for a reserve amount, and you may have sent that to me. I've been focused on other things this summer, but is there an option C? Do we have money in our investments? I don't know if I remember the number right, $211 million or something like that that's sitting in our investment fund now, and I'm not sure how much of that is for reserve for operations. Is all that reserved for operations?
Come to the mic. Come to the mic first.
Thank you for asking that question. The 200 mil that we have, and we'll actually see that form, that is our fund balance. That's our cash availability in short term and long term. That is not a reserve. And what we do is on the pool cash, what we do, instead of having that at legal tender or in a bank account, we just put it in those short-term investments that are daily investments, and when we need it, it goes down, and when we get more than we have, it goes up. That is not a reserve. And we also have a reserve fund balance, and that cash is left to cover our bond covenants, which is they ask for 2.5 months. So that we would not touch. So we don't have any extra money that you can use to cover those deficits. No, we do not, sir.
Okay. The reason I was asking, when we bought the Tandy Corporation, the Radio Shack, we wrote a check for $238 million, or some numbers like that.
Yes,
and I guess we had a reserve account that we kept that in, but that reserve account has been depleted. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That as far, yeah.
Thank
Yes,
you.
sir. All right.
I've asked Shelley to try to find a slide. I want you to see this. This is a list of items that will be impacted by the $13 million budget reduction. I just want you to see what some of those are. That's the first page. I'll let you look at that for just a second. And then the second page, Shelley, if you'll get the second one up there. Those are other projects. So you can see they're all very important things that need to be done. And I'm not telling you that if we don't go to option A, that none of this will be done, but what I am telling you is that it will be greatly impacted, and the work that will be done will be reduced significantly. Okay, go back to the regular one. The next slide would be maintenance and operations. And again, all of these will carry forth. Plan option A would include monies that we would have from the tuition increase as well as the effective tax rate. And option B is without that one, without both of those. And then the next slide shows you the renewal and replacement, and I've already talked about that. We have those designated by campuses as well as district things that need to be done. Option B is $13 million less than option A on renewal and replacements. The next one, you can skip that now. Those are the ones that are impacted. And these are some of the things that are included in the capital improvement and renewal and replacement projects. You'll see the Energy Technology Center at the top of the list. We're well underway with all of our planning for that facility. We need renovation of the physical education locker room for the women's locker room. I talked about the nursing building. We have some campus drainage improvements that need to be made, and some pumping optimization upgrades and modifications. The South Campus Energy Technology Center, when it's completed, will have these new programs: building operations, industrial maintenance, industrial refrigeration, natural gas, and renewable energy. And all of those programs, I believe, will have an option for a certificate or an associate degree. Our Northeast Campus, we have money in the budget to continue the feasibility study for the Performing Arts Center on the Northeast Campus. We'll need to renovate the Communication Arts Building, need renovation in the Student Center for Career and Employment Services. We have a design for a new domestic water distribution system, and there are a lot of ceiling and light modernization projects that need to be done on that campus. At the Northwest Campus, we have money in the budget for the Alliance Center feasibility study. We need a new campus entrance road. I was out there the other day and drove by the new campus that's right behind the Northwest Campus. What's going on over there is quite different from what it was when we opened that campus 36 years ago. It's absolutely different. It's a huge complex that Eagle Mountain Saginaw is building right there behind our campus. And as you'll recall, that is what is driving the need for us to do a short-term fix on our firing range and eventually build a new completely enclosed firing range. Then, of course, ceiling and lighting projects out there as well. And then on the Southeast Campus, the Counseling Center, Dr. Carey will tell you the campus was built for about 5,000 students, and she's up to about 14,000 now. So you can imagine the Counseling Center is a little bit stuffy. Need renovation for quiet study areas over there and new entrance roads. I think I told you that they had a little emergency on Southeast Campus a few months ago, and it took way forever for students to be able to get out because of the egress and ingress just not sufficient for that kind of traffic load. And of course, they also need renovations and upgrades to mechanical, electrical, and plumbing infrastructure, even though that campus is only, 15 years old, 15. And then, of course, you would say, what could you possibly need at Trinity River? Only security upgrades for Henderson Street. That's all we really need down there primarily. We also wanted to give you a list of things that will be available to our students if we build the Performing Arts Center. These are all technology programs. Piano technology, recording engineering, concert sound and lights, music performance, business entertaining, theater management, commercial music. And if we build the Alliance Learning Center, we'll have aircraft assembly repair, composites repair, flight training, and logistics. And I'll tell you again, all these programs are technical programs, which is really what we need at Tarrant County College. If we're truly going to close the gaps in the number of students who graduate and get certificates and degrees, we must increase the number of technical programs that we offer. Our building fund, of course, you see the huge decrease there. We're closing out all of our major projects for the building fund, so you can see that the budget is quite small. We're down to $11 million in the building fund for this year, and as you can see, $2.5 million of that, I guess you could say almost 3.5 is for non-construction cost. And then, of course, we were talking about the sinking fund a few minutes ago for our debt service, and that would increase by $641,600 over last year. Recommendations and options. The budget includes a recommendation for a $1,000 stipend to each regular budgeted full-time faculty and staff member to help offset the increases in premium, copay, deductibles, and coinsurance. Tuition, you have an option A. In-district tuition will be $52, out-of-district $76, and non-resident $171. That's about a 4% increase across the board. Option B, all the tuition charges stay the same as they are currently. The next recommendation is for the board to delegate to me the interim authority for establishing non-credit tuition and fees, including the establishing of zero tuition if local resources and state funding provide sufficient contributions to cover the cost of offering the course. That's something that the state allows you to do. You don't have to do it, but the state does allow you to offer courses if the local resources and the state funding will pay for them, then you can allow people to take them for free. Part of that covers the cost of our senior citizens programs as well. The next option is on the tax. If you go to the effective tax rate, you'll see it will be 14.897 cents per $100 evaluation. And option B, it stays at 13.817. That includes both M&O as well as debt service. Now, before we go to resolutions, I'd like to have your thoughts about option A versus option B, or if there's another option that you would like for us to consider.
Okay, discussion.
Chancellor, I just have one question regarding the $2 tuition increase. Since it's mid-year, when and how will we notify students, and what other collateral materials will need to be altered? I know we are online. I know we don't do the big book, but how else will that impact, and how will we reach out to students?
We would notify our students in many, many ways. It's difficult to get everybody to understand when you make a change. But, and I would suspect that some students wouldn't know that there was a $2 increase until they went to register. But we'll have it all online, plastered all over our homepage. We have, when we're trying to get word to students, we have a system that allows us to send emails to all of our students. All of our students have a TCC email address. Some of them don't read it, and we know that. Nevertheless, we send it. We also ask our faculty when we have very important announcements to make. We ask our faculty to read something that's already been prepared for every faculty member to read in the classroom, and that's probably how we get the word to most of them. I'm not sure if we have the ability to text students yet. Students keep asking for that, but they have to opt in, and then they change their phone number, so we don't count on that as an official way to communicate with students. But we do communicate it in a number of ways. I'd be really counting on Frank Griffiths a lot to make sure that we get the word out to all of our student newspaper. We would advertise it there, and we would have this whole semester to let students know that tuition would increase by $2 per semester hour. Our student newspaper reporter is here, and she's taking all of this down. So if you vote to do that, that's be the first story she runs. Your tuition is going to increase. That's what she's going to tell students. She's also going to tell them it'll only be $16 if you take 8 hours. Right? You're going to tell them that part.
And of course, the tuition increase is based on credit hours. So it's not just a flat $2. It depends on the number of hours they're going to be enrolling for.
Yes, ma'am. And that's why I said the average number of hours our students take is 8 per semester. So it will be a $16 per semester increase for those students.
Well, you know, we find ourselves at a crossroads where Pell Grants and any kind of student loan information is not what it used to be. The monies a lot of our students get don't even cover half of the expenses that they need to prepare for the semester. I am concerned that, we have the East Campus, which I didn't agree with. Again, that's a cost that has been very expensive, and somehow because of the money invested in that, it seems to me that our students take the brunt of that. Now, $2 is not a lot compared to what other community colleges and other universities, of course, have raised their tuition. Nevertheless, it is a lot of money considering where we stand with government student loans, Pell Grants. It is a hardship for a lot of students, and even the middle-class students who don't qualify for grants.
$16 really isn't a hardship. It's an increase in tuition, but I think we'd have a hard time arguing that it would be a hardship. It's a little money per student. It's an increase. But when you put it all together, it's a lot of money for the college that helps them be more successful. Absolutely. Financial aid was never really intended to foot the full bill. That is certainly true. And many of our students choose, because of various situations in their lives, they choose to borrow money in addition to their financial aid package that they get. But even 15 years ago, students didn't get every penny they needed to go to school. It's I want to say here at this point, we've been working on this budget for a long time, for months and months, and we did not build in a tuition increase. We did not build in going to the effective tax rate. I really was following direction from the board to say, look at how much money would it bring us? Is it time for us to take a look at a tuition increase? We haven't increased tuition in the last 5 years. Tuition at public community colleges range from $34 per semester hour at Collin County to $119 per semester hour. That's the range of tuition. Tarrant County College, even if you go to the $52 per semester hour, will be the 6th lowest in the state of Texas. So we're not anywhere close to being out of line. I don't remember, I don't know if anybody has that tuition sheet with them. I don't remember what the next cost is above the 34. 34 is Collin County,
right,
which last year, I believe, considered themselves the wealthiest county in Texas. Yeah. So, they have, different kind of resources. I also want to say, while I'm talking about that, Joe McIntosh is back there. We've increased the number of scholarships that we give to students. I was looking at some data a couple of days ago. I think about 4 years ago, or 5, we gave like 34 scholarships. This past year, we gave over 500 and something scholarships to our students. Most of those scholarships go to those students you talked about a minute ago, those in the middle. because those are the ones who get the least help from Pell Grants and financial aid, that kind of thing. So we're working hard to try to help the students in the middle. They're the ones who get squeezed the most. We are very aware that $16 is $16. We know that. But we really don't think that it's a hardship. But I want to reiterate, it is the board's decision. We are going to go forward with this budget with or without the tuition increase, with or without the effective tax rate. But I do want you to know what you can get for the money. And the other thing, I think Mr. Hudson said it earlier, if you choose not to go to the effective tax rate, you leave the money on the table, and you can never go back and get it. I mean, it's yours to have at this point if you want it. We are a growing institution. You can't forget that either. We continue to grow. We never turn anybody away. Students come to us and we say, whosoever will, let him come, let him come, let him come. Well, it costs money to keep letting them come.
Board members?
Mr. President, I think I was wandering around my house at 2:30 this morning thinking about this. The Rangers won, by the way, 4-3. They finished at midnight. I was still awake. Yeah, I've been pondering this because when you're elected official, you represent different constituencies. One of them is the people in the county. One's 295,000 people that live in my district. Some, obviously, 50,000 students a semester, and obviously also almost 5,000 faculty and staff members. And we're really trying to wander around, wondering what was in the best interest of all of those. And I finally concluded that actually Plan A was in the best interest of all of those. I know we have some economic difficulties, but the way out of it is really through education. I mean, we're the one who are going to offer training for these kids who are going to work on windmill technology, who are going to do the logistics for the locomotives, who are going to keep the planes in the air, who are going to get the dental technician certificates, who are going to keep their families from going into a 10-year loan because they get 2 years of economical college education. If we do this, and we really need to I agree with the Chancellor, we need to dramatically increase the number of certifications that we provide. We're making it possible for kids who are making $6 an hour to make 15 or 20 or 30. And I saw the locomotive kids of the day were making, 60? And the average aviation people were making 40. Those people, they have families, they buy houses, they buy automobiles, they pay taxes. I think it's in the best interest of us to do that. Having said that, I'm actually in favor of all of it, but I think this is a lot of money. We were criticized in the Star-Telegram this week, and what I would urge the board to do is to approve A, but only tentatively, that we need to allow time for a public hearing, which we would have to have next week, and that we post this budget on our website and set up an email address so that people can respond to it. I myself have received one whole email from a guy in Austin, and I'm pretty sure he's not happy with me, but I don't think he's in my 295,000 people. And by the way, we did the 3 board sessions. They were all open to the public. Anybody could come up to the mic. They were all on television. And despite what you might have read in the media, which I have some association with, on August 13th, we ran almost a full-page ad that outlined the full ramifications and what this tax rate would be. So, if you were going to ask me to vote for it right now, tonight, if you insist, I'm going to vote against it. If we can have the hearing, I can tell you now, unless I hear something very dramatic, I'm going to vote for it because I think it's in the best interest of my 295,000 people, best interest of the entire county, best interest of our students, and the best interest of our faculty and staff. So that's where I am. I'd kind of like to get an idea about where the rest of the board people are on this, and maybe if we could even get a kind of a consensus on all in one package, or if we want to take something out, if we want to take the tuition increase out. I find the tuition to be fairly reasonable. It ends up being 50 cents a week. The $1.25 a month that it will cost the average homeowner is tax deductible, by the way. And I think for that they get an enormous return on their investment that all of us will.
Well, not everyone itemizes, so it depends.
right side of the table.
When does the drop dead date for approving the budget?
The state requires you as a board to adopt a budget by August 31. So we do have time to hold a public hearing.
Yeah,
Another public hearing.
Yes, thank you. We have time to hold another public hearing.
well, I think the public hearing that Mr. Carter is talking about is what I see this does is the effective tax rate is just a mechanism to allow you to circumvent the public hearing. Excuse me. And because you can do that without having a public hearing, as I understand it, but you're still increasing taxes. So if we're going to vote on it, I would think that would be the right thing to do, because I've been preaching open government and all this stuff, and let's let people have their voice, and since I've been on the board. So, and to be honest with you, I'm not sure how I would vote. Probably with Mr. Carter, I would probably vote no. And not matter of fact, I came prepared to do so.
I don't know what the legalities of it are, Mr. President, or the formalities of it, rather, but I'm wondering, is there some way that we could decide that we prefer A and that we're going to vote on it at a hearing, and we're not legally required to have the hearing within before the end of the month?
Yes, sir.
So probably I would say within a week, and that we establish a way for people to give us feedback via our website, so they can take a look at the budget and show up and tell us whatever they want to tell us. And we still would end up having to do it, but at least they would have seen it. And by the way, I think this should be a part of our protocol all the time in the future, regardless of whether we're required to have a hearing or not.
So we would need a motion to table this issue until whatever date that we come up with, and then this issue would not be acted upon tonight, right?
That is correct.
I think we have to say which of
yes.
these A or B that we prefer that we're moving forward with, because otherwise we're in the same quandary. The people who would
good point.
react to it won't know what we're doing. So I prefer that we go with Plan A in its entirety. But and I wonder if we can we have a consensus to do that? If not, then I guess we'll go back to discussing it some more.
Any other? Louise? Dr. Morrison?
Plan A is satisfactory with me. And so I would suggest that we plan a meeting since there's no Monday night football next Monday, right? Maybe Monday or Tuesday, the 29th or the 30th, to consider and invite public comment on option A, and then for the board to take action on option A.
It appears to be the consensus. I agree with that.
And I think I made that in a motion, so, Mr. President, could you ask for a second?
I would like to ask for a second.
Second.
Choose the day, choose Monday, because
Second.
Tuesday's the mayor.
Discussion.
Monday, the 29th.
Monday, the 29th. Okay.
6 p.m.
6 p.m. Is that time for everybody? 6 p.m.?
Unfortunately, I will not be able to attend that evening, but I'm okay with you guys going ahead and doing what you want to do. Okay.
What's a good time for you? It's got to be this month, by the way.
You had to ask, didn't you?
So you're
I was
going to be
trying
out. You'll be
avoid
out.
the issue. No, I teach a class on Tuesday night, starting the 29th, from 7 until 10.
I think 29th is Monday, isn't it?
Oh, you say Monday, the 28th? Monday is the 29th. I'm working on last year's calendar. Sorry about that.
Great.
Okay. There's been a
Okay,
motion.
well, Mr. Greenhill and board members, Frank Griffiths will get that up tomorrow morning on the website, our budget, and we will draft language to make sure that the public, we put it on the front page, on the home page, so that the public will know that they can go there and look at it and give us feedback. We will design an address where the public, Ms. Shelton will do that, where people can send their feedback to you, and then we will provide, at the end of every day, we'll send you any comments that we get, so that you will know what the public is saying to us. Okay? Any other directions for me?
Any other directions?
If you use the term effective tax rate, I think that's going to be kind of confusing, so you really need a simplistic two-sentence or something, very condensed version of it. Sometimes we lose, sometimes all the taxes are not collected, so this would be equivalent to, something, because I'm kind of simple-minded and I didn't understand it. So, and I'm sure that there are people out there that it may create more confusion, is what I'm trying to
Well,
say,
I
if we
think
don't
we're
have it.
probably going to have to use those words, effective tax rate. Now, we can find some other ways to explain it, but I think the state's probably going to require us to use that. I mean, you got to publicize it in the newspapers and everything else as an effective tax rate, so that you're legal with what you're doing. We'll explain it in a simplified manner as best we can.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the terminology. I just want to be sure that everybody understands what we mean by effective tax rate, that you will in fact see a slight increase, something of that nature. Because I know that you all have watched the poll numbers and people are very happy with Congress and government officials and all this good stuff, so I think we really want to really make sure that we're seen as being open and above board and we're doing the right thing, the honest thing. So, and that's important to me.
Absolutely. We agree.
This will not materially adversely, I'm kidding, that's what I use in my practice. Materially adversely affect, call him Mac. Anyway, I've got any further discussion? I've got a motion and a second that we have a meeting. When we said we would have a meeting, and when is the meeting going to be?
Monday, August 29th
at 6 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
To discuss the budget, and we will post information on the website and otherwise give information.
Actually, I don't anticipate another discussion. It would just be a public hearing for people to come and tell you what they think about what you have proposed.
Okay. I agree with that.
So we're tabling the motion then until Tuesday,
Monday.
August 29th, right? Okay.
Monday.
Do we need
Monday.
I think it's your cold.
Do we need to specify option A in the motion?
Yeah, absolutely.
She did. She specified option A.
Any other observations?
No, sir.
No.
That's
all in favor. Say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None. Motion passes.
Well, on behalf of the faculty and staff,
thank you all.
I want to thank stand-up faculty members who've been right here with us through all of this budget preparation, and thank them for all of their wonderful work. So thank all of you.
Awesome.
Thanks.
Now we have, we're going to monthly reports. You okay?
I'm okay.
You need a break?
No, I'm fine.
You fine?
It's hot.
Just but you're hot with your
Okay, we've got Mark McClendon. You're up next to give the financial report.
Good evening.
Is it hot to anybody else but me? It is. I don't know what.
Now, you've been standing up too, and it's hotter when you're
Air conditioner is out of water.
Good evening again. Thank you for accepting our budget. It was a great effort of everybody, and I certainly want to recognize one lady in the hall, which is Nancy Chang. We couldn't make it without her. Thank you, Nancy.
Yes.
Nancy.
Now to the monthly financials. What we do is we take the total of our expenses and we divide it by 12. So right now, anything that would be above 91.92%, every month we tell you what's trailing. Right now, we'd like to bring attention to one item, which is, if we look at the credit hour course tuition, all right, you see 107, it's 107%. And the reason why it's 107% is we're expecting some refunds probably in August, so that's going to decrease. That's why you see it above 100%. Now, Shelley, let's go to page 6. By the way, is this something that y'all like me to do? I mean, I want to make sure that because we're going to start.
Talk fast.
I'm sorry?
Talk fast.
Talk fast. Thank you, Mr. I thought this was the highlight of your night, so I wanted to make sure that I didn't miss any of it. All right, we want to go to the line of staff insurance. All right. Right there under staff benefits, if you look at staff, come down a little bit. Okay. If you look at staff insurance, go all the way out. Keep going a little bit further to the left. It's fine. You will see it's 102%, and we expect basically some adjustments that are coming, so that would bring us back. We typically have adjustments at year end, and that's why it's trailing. Those are probably the major items. I mean, I know they're not major, but I wanted you all to be informed. The other ones I think we've covered month to month. So now we'd like to go to the investment policy. Oops. Anyways, all right, we don't have a copy of the investment portfolio report. We report it every month, but I'll go ahead and read you the yields. Basically, we had $103 million of book value, and we expended $11 million, and that's just the cash value that we use for the month. That's what we have in our pools. That is not a reserve. You can take them because they're not. You're not seeing the investment portfolio. That's the financial statement. And this month we had a bond called, and we expended $10 million, and then we went ahead and bought another one for $10 million. So if we look at our beginning book value on 6/30 was $221,000, and we are changed by our net effect is $11 million. We utilize it, giving us an ending book value on 7/31 of $210 million. All right. Now, if we look at the 13-week yield on T-bills, it's 0.66, and if we look at the 26, it's 0.61. That's our spread. Any questions? Thank you.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Chancellor's report.
Mr. President, I am going to be very brief this evening. I know time is late. On the new staff member introductions, we're going to save that for next month. I do want to report to you that, as you know, Dr. Judith Carrier is retiring at the end of this month, and so is Dr. Ernest Thomas. And we have been conducting a search for replacements for both of them, and have not yet named a person for either of those positions. Dr. Joy Gates Black is currently serving as interim president for the South Campus, and she will remain there for another couple of months while we locate somebody. We can bring her back downtown. And Dr. David Wells is going to go to the Southeast Campus and serve as interim president of that campus until we get someone named. He will do just as Dr. Gates Black is doing. You see there are cars parked down here late at night, and they'll be on the campus during the day, but we appreciate both of them agreeing to serve in those great capacities. It is extremely important that we find the right fit. You hear me talk a lot about the right fit, and that's very, very important here at Tarrant County College. Both of these people have made outstanding contributions. Dr. Carrier, of course, is the founding president of the Southeast Campus, an honor that not very many people get to have in their lifetimes. She started that campus, and she has built it into one of the best that you will find any place. And we're going to be honoring her on Thursday at 2 o'clock, from 2 to 3:30, on the Southeast Campus. We're going to be honoring Dr. Ernest Thomas on Wednesday on the South Campus from 4 to 6 p.m. And all of you are invited to come to both of those. We hope that your schedules will allow you. As you know, we have a large number of employees who are retiring this year. We're going to be honoring all of them at the breakfast on Monday. And a few of them just couldn't help it. They have their own individual celebrations, too, throughout the district. So we hope you'll be able to attend. You have a lot of accolades in your book. Our campuses do so many wonderful things until it's really difficult for me to pick out a few things. But I did, I always take the risk of picking out the things that I want to mention to you. You'll have time. This is your good bedtime reading. But starting on the Northeast Campus, Dr. Ludwig Otto, a professor of English, has been awarded the Global Peace and Humanitarian Award by the Security Council in Novena University, Lagos, Nigeria. Dr. Otto has been an educational consultant to institutions in Nigeria and South Africa for several years. That's quite an accomplishment, so we'll pass on our congratulations to him, Larry. On our Northwest Campus, through the Modern Language Studies Abroad program, Spanish Assistant Professor Alejandro Garza sponsored 7 students to the University of Costa Rica. And those students receive transfer credit for Spanish 2211 and Spanish 2312. I can't emphasize how much I think those kind of experiences add to the enrichment that our students get from their college experience. So we're going to be telling you later about an initiative that we're going to do to put global education in our curriculum throughout the district. At our South Campus, the Summer Bridge program, I think this is the 3rd year that they've had Summer Bridge on South Campus, designed for recent high school graduates who are close to passing AccuPlacer, and they added several features to that bridge program this summer. We think, again, that's going to go a long way in helping our students improve their success rates. On our Southeast Campus, one more time, the Southeast Campus won the Mayor's Award at the Arlington 4th of July Parade. Students, faculty, and staff enjoyed volunteering to accompany the award-winning float. I even saw them on TV. It was great, Judith. It was a great job. That Southeast Campus has jumped right in the middle of the Arlington community from day one, and it's a very integral part of that community. I told Mr. Carter the other day, I said, I don't think there's anybody in Arlington who wouldn't vote for anything that TCC says it needs. They love that Southeast Campus. And at our Trinity River Campus, on June 21st, Fort Worth ISD announced that that campus, partnership with I Am Terrell and Charles E. Nash, were recipients of the 8th Annual Golden Achievement Award for Partnership Excellence for 2010-11 school year. And that is a great accolade for that campus. I will not read anything about the things that I've been doing. It seems like all I've done is worked on budget. But when I look at this list of recent activities, I see I did other things. I will just tell you briefly that my trip to Australia was absolutely wonderful. I was very pleased to have accompanied the Fort Worth Chamber, the Dallas Chamber, the Fort Worth Convention and Visitors Bureau, the Dallas Convention and Visitors Bureau, the Dallas-Fort Worth World Council Affairs, sponsored by, all of this by the DFW International Airport. We visited Brisbane as well as Sydney, Australia, and the people over there are very Texas-like, by the way. They are very, very interested in partnerships with us. I told you before, I was invited to go primarily because of the outstanding work we do in workforce development training, because they wanted to tout Tarrant County College as the place that can provide the workforce training when those companies decide to relocate some of their facilities to the North Texas area. In addition, kind of as a side note, while I was there, they invited a number of university people who were just chomping at the bits to be able to send students over to study with us and have us send students over to study with them. So we'll be working on some of that. I even have had a visitor from Sydney since I've been back who came by to see me last week. Very, very interested in trying to make sure that her college gets the first conversations with us about how we can partner together. That is all I will say tonight about my report, Mr. President.
I also want to add that the tours of the Trek campus are just awesome. Tahita and your staff and everybody that's doing it, it's really a lot of fun. The nurses there just give just unbelievable testimony about, I even put I did the heartbeat thing and did the eyes, but those the second level mannequins are just amazing to see, and I encourage everybody on the board, if they haven't been on a tour, to go on one. There's one tomorrow at 2 that I'm going to be participating in, but the business leaders and the other leaders, the community leaders, the people who are on these tours are just very, very impressed, and thank you all so much for doing that. I kind of look forward to it opening. Okay. I think that's the end of our agenda, and now we're going to go into a...
There's one more.
Oh, there's another one?
President's report, the Association of Community College Trustees.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, there. Oh,
I'm ready.
yeah.
Ms. Appleman.
4 of us, along with the Chancellor, attended the Governance Institute for Student Success at the DFW Hyatt last month. It was sponsored and led by the Association of Community Colleges, Trustees Association, and also the University of Texas at Austin Community College Leadership Program. There were 17 colleges represented. We knew it would be an interesting institute when those of us who had signed up for it received a 69-page self-assessment report to turn in. And we did. And when we got there, we saw that the results, we filled it out independently, and we saw our results compared to the other colleges there. So for 3 days, the conversations centered around those items. At the final wrap-up session, each college was asked to identify and plan for strategies in 4 areas: committed leadership, use of data, broad engagement, and systemic improvement. And our group, those of you at the podium can see under the tab Committed Leadership, our group came up with some listings under those categories. Happily, the first list was things we had already accomplished: no late registration, late start classes, mandatory orientation, early academic alert, and continuous advising, the case management approach, and mod math. We did add 2 items to the to-do list: aligning student success courses across the district and centralizing class scheduling. And I won't read the whole list. It's available to you, and we have copies of the suggestions and kind of aspirations your board represented listed under use of data, broad engagement, and systemic improvement. Dr. Morrison was our reporter, and I'm going to either ask her to read her words or I'll read them for you. She, in reporting out, said that Tarrant County College was committed to a cultural transformation to universally affect programs, techniques, and initiatives to identify the gaps and implement uniform initiatives. She then went on to say initiatives and strategies to merit improvement in all population groups was at the top of our list. And finally, that every student, faculty, and staff member, including adjunct, participates in a learning community. And then we got so carried away with ourselves that we actually, with Casey Curtis, a.k.a. Kirsty Barnard, have a resolution to be submitted for approval hopefully this evening, and I would like to read that to you. Whereas the mission of Tarrant County College is to provide affordable and open access to quality teaching and learning, and whereas student access and success is the cornerstone of the Tarrant County College Vision 2015 strategic plan, and whereas the college is an active member of the nationwide Achieving the Dream initiative aimed to make lasting changes in district-wide policies, programs, and services to support success for all students through data-driven decisions, outcomes, and assessment, and whereas students of all backgrounds, regardless of any personal or societal barriers, should be ensured the highest level of access to higher education and future opportunities. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Tarrant County College District hereby supports the success of all students and pledges commitment to accelerate, strengthen, and empower all such efforts at Tarrant County College. And I would move approval of this resolution.
And I would second that motion.
Excellent resolution. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No.
Mr. Greenhill, if I may, I would just like for the record to reflect, because I was just ecstatic that we had 5 of our board members in attendance at that workshop. That would be Mrs. Appleman, Dr. Morrison, Mr. Greenhill, Mr. Carter, and Ms. Vandergriff, and I think that is just absolutely tremendous.
And also, I would like to add that we're committed to meeting as a committee as a whole from time to time just to discuss student success and achieving the dream. I think that's what San Jacinto College does and some others. We have some more people who were born again like I was last time. Well, I believe that's it, unless I'm mistaken. Do we have any?
Monday, you know how he says it on TV? That is the Chancellor's Breakfast. So board members, make sure we're going to be in Arlington this year at the Arlington Convention Center, and the breakfast starts at 7:30. We always have a few early people who get there, and we open the doors and let them start eating. We're really excited about what we're going to do this year for the first time. Dr. Carter, come up real fast and give us a 1-minute summary of what we can expect. This is a different day for us. We've never done it this way before. We're all excited. Dr. Coronado is the Associate Vice Chancellor for Human Resources, and his staff have been working really hard to make this day a great success. Ricardo?
Thank you very much. We've dedicated this whole day.
Turn your mic on, Ricardo.
Sorry. There we go. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. We've dedicated the full day to the morning for the Chancellor's Breakfast. At 10:30 when we adjourn, we all go to professional development that morning and afternoon. We have over 126 seminars for us to attend. Many of them have already registered and are full. So we have a wide complementary professional development, including everything for faculty and support staff as well. So we have a great afternoon, and that does not include discipline meetings, which include over 56 different discipline meetings that will take place. So we have a tremendous offerings as a part of the Faculty Academy and the Professional Center for Faculty and Staff Development. So we have those type of activities planned, and it is going to be a wonderful, successful day. All the campuses will be closed.
All day.
All day for us to engage in professional development. So it is very great opportunity for all of our faculty and staff to learn.
And you're all invited to stay all day and choose sessions that you might want to attend. We've also tied in the academics day. The faculty plans that part of the program. We have a great speaker, two great speakers who are coming in, right, for academics day. We're going to use Dr. Richard Rhodes, who is, I guess today he's still president of El Paso. He's going to Austin Community College District as their new president, and he is going to be our keynote speaker for the breakfast, and then he's going to also make a presentation to the faculty. And then we have another person who happens to also be coming from Austin Community College, who is quite renowned in faculty, what? Help me out, some faculty member. What's her major topic? I'm sorry? Faculty development. Faculty development. So we're really excited about the day on Monday. So we look forward to having you for breakfast for certain, and you're invited to stay as long as you'd like. We're going to move people from the convention center to the Southeast campus for most of the breakout sessions.
And let me add, it's a day of recognition and celebration for our employees, too. Besides our regular service awards that we traditionally have, of course, we're going to also recognize faculty for outstanding teaching or exemplary teaching awards. But this year we're adding 5 new categories of awards recognizing our systems of value and culture that we're trying to or attempting to promote. And those include cultural diversity, innovation, and creativity, and student success. So that goes to non-faculty or any other. We had over 145 nominations for those. So we'll have 5 of those, and about 100 or pretty close to 80 retirees will be recognized, along with some of the authors that have been published this year will be recognized too. So it's going to be one of promoting this culture of recognition that we want to have as part of our strategic plan.
We have a lot of faculty members who are authors, and we're going to pay special tribute to them.
Wonderful.
That's it, Mr. President.
Okay. Now we're going into a closed session meeting, deliberation of real property, Section 551072, Texas Government Code. The real property discussion will address acquisition of property near property already owned by the college district. Deliberation of personal matters, Section 551074, Texas Government Code. The deliberation will include a discussion on on-campus president and vice chancellor vacancies. We'll also deliberate on personnel matters, Section 551074, the Texas Government Code. The deliberation will include a discussion on the chancellor's 2011-12 performance goals and salary. We'll also discuss deliberation on pending contemplated litigation, Section 551071, Texas Government Code. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
party starts to come alive until the day is dawning. We can throw out all the blues and hit the city lights, 'cause there's music in the air and lots of loving everywhere. So give me the night. Give me the night. Action. A place to dine, a glass of wine, a little late romance. It's a chain reaction. We'll see the people of the world coming out to dance, 'cause there's music in the air and lots of loving everywhere. So give me the night. Give me the night. Give me the night. Give me the night. There's music in the air and lots of loving everywhere. So give me the night. Give me the night. So come on out tonight and we'll leave the others on a ride through paradise. And if you feel alright, then we can be lovers, 'cause I see that starlight look in your eyes. Don't you know we can fly? And if we stay together, we'll feel the rhythm of the evening taking us up high. Never mind the weather, we'll be dancing in the street until the morning light, 'cause there's music in the air and lots of loving everywhere. So give me the night. 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 So give me the night. late night, get right, he ain't acting right. Every superwoman needs a Superman. Here I am. Thank you.